I gotta go back down and grab the bag. I got down the freaking thing, so I gotta climb down. I'll call you right back. I see it now though.
Okay, I'm gonna test the game. Hey, mic check, 1, 2, checking. Mic check, 1 2. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. All right, buddy.
Dude,
Hell yeah.
I owe you a beer. We're live now? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Prairie View, Texas, for another exciting match in the Masters Cricket USA Over 40 Zonal Championship. Today features the East Central Zone against the South Zone. The East Central Zone is at the wicket batting. The South Zone is in the field. The batters for the East Zone, or East Central Zone, are Shane Reiner, the captain, and Amit Sood. And that is an elegant looking shot. We'll get to the rest of the summer in a minute. That is clipped beautifully off his pads by the left-handed Shane Reiner, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. So opening bowlers are Amir Shahzad. Amir Shahzad is now into his third over. And the bowler operating from the northern end of the ground, that is the forest end, as we say here in Prairie View, is Madhivanan Durai. Shahzad into his third over. This is played into the offside, just off the bat by the captain Shane. 14 without loss. Shane Reiner has 8. Amit Sood has 5. Amit Sood with the one boundary that is struck so far. And one wide, which was the first wide, the first delivery of the match, constituting the rest of the scores. Next delivery, driven to mid-off. No run there. So once again, this is the East Central Zone against the South Zone. And once again, this is the Masters Cricket USA Over 40 Zonal Championship. The South Zone, playing on this very ground yesterday, lost a close one. Scored 130, which I think for them would have been an undercooked score. And there's a big drive outside off stump missed here by the captain. Took all of 9 wickets in the chase, did the South Zone yesterday, but not able to close things out. So they ended up losing that match by the small margin of 1 wicket. 1 ball remaining here. Next delivery, driven into the covers. Good stop by That is Summer Goel. Ball remaining. My apologies. We're about 2 deliveries now after that delivery remaining here in the 5th over. These are 45 over matches. 45 overs split evenly into 3 thirds. We'll mention those in just a minute. Good delivery, tucking the batter up, and he plays it to square leg. Quick throw back into the keeper. The keeper there is Syed Shafiq Ali. And that is the end of the 5th over. So at the end of 5, the score is 14 without loss. So as I started saying a second, these matches are evenly divided into 3 power play overs of 15 overs each. The first power play goes from over 1 to over 15. Second power play 16 through 30. Third power play 31 through 45. And the significant first power play, you can only have to make that 3 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, the roughly 30-yard circle that goes around the pitch. Only 3 fielders allowed outside of that circle. So far, the South has not seen it fit to have 3 outside. They still only have 2. Those 2 are at fine leg and third, deep third. Big, thick outside edge. This is going to challenge the fielder at third, and he's not going to be able to get across. Maybe a moral victory there for, because so throwing the bat at that one, but only able to catch the outside edge. Flew away over the top of the fielder at slip, and too much work in the deep for Amir Shahzad at deep third. Could not make the 30 or so yards to his left to be able to prevent that one from going across the boundary. So the second boundary of the day so far goes to Amit Sood. And he has shown a bit of aggression so far. It's the bat coming onto the ball. Next delivery clipped away in the air to mid-wicket. This is not as good a delivery, and it's going to test the fielder running across from deep mid-wicket. They'll get another 2 runs. So a relatively... Before this over, the overall scoring rate was about 2.5. All of a sudden it's jumped to 3.75. Amit Sood now up to 11 from 13 balls faced. Next delivery, slower delivery, and it's knocked into the deep, not timed very well. Fielder running across from mid-on, and they just get a single. So the action picking up just a touch here. Once again, a relatively slow start for this innings, but it appears that the East Central zone is going to be looking to get a little bit more aggressive. So fielding so far, fielders have not really been tested, and Captain Mohamed Farouk having a relatively aggressive field. Good delivery, and it's played right back to the bowler. Half stop, not able to concede a run. Mohamed Farouk, former Pakistani U19 player, played for several years first-class cricket in Pakistan, and these days makes his living in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. One of the more talented cricketers you'll find, to say nothing of the wonderful gentleman that he is. This is now played off the back foot, looking to play that to short, fine leg, almost wanting another run. There was a captain, Shane Reiner, but no response by Amit Sood, so it's just another dot ball. The vice captain for the South Zone is Guru Krish. Guru Krish lives in the Austin, Texas area, about 120 miles away from where we are right now. Is this driven back to the bowler for no run? I'll say more about Guru Krish in a minute. That is the end of the 6th over. After 6, the score is 21 without loss. Without loss after 6 here in the Houston area. I say Houston, we're about maybe 35 or so miles due west of downtown Houston, Texas. So in this part of the country at this time of the year, it is always very hot and humid. So it's not very surprising to see, even though it's only 10:20 local time, to already see a water break, because you'll always expect that the temperature will be in the middle 80s and above. It will probably by 1 or 2 p.m. be in the middle 90s and always very humid. So not surprising that the players are already, if you would, sucking wind, because if you've never played cricket in these conditions, it's certainly not easy. And a 45 over match under normal circumstances is tricky. A 45 over match in hot and humid conditions can be that much more difficult. Just check, the current temperature is 81 degrees. The real feel, factoring in the humidity, is 99, and it's 10 o'clock in the morning. This is struck into the offside. Mid-off has a little bit of work to do, but no run. Well fielded by that fielder at mid-off. In fact, that might be the captain himself, if I'm not mistaken, Mohamed Farouk. Amir Sazad into his 4th over. Left arm over the wicket, slower delivery, and it's played off of the back foot. Angled bat down to deep third for a single. And once again, welcome to anyone joining us from the Prairie View Cricket Complex. And all of a sudden, I see that my friend Arun Vitala has joined the chat. Arun, always good to hear from you. And Arun Vitala, of course, the driving force behind this entire initiative, the second innings, if you will, the Masters cricketers. 3 divisions. There's a 40 and over, the 50 and over, and 60 and over for those who want to continue playing after, let's say, their ordinary playing days would have been over. This ball struck back to the field, or the bowler himself who fields, and is followed through for no run. So Arun Vitala, once again, just the driving force, and not only one of the more respected administrators in the history of USA cricket, but just a fine, wonderful gentleman. And just thank you, Arun, for providing the opportunity for these folks to do what they do best. And seeing what they do best is the captain, Shane Reiner, putting his front foot down and driving that one fiercely right past the bowler, straight as an arrow, piercing the gap between mid-on and mid-off, and racing away straight for his first boundary. Just looking at the replay here in the commentator's booth, just almost taking out the non-striker Amit Sood, who had to take evasive action to not go along to the boundary with that ball. But that was a really well-struck delivery by the captain. He now moves up to 12 from 24. Amit Sood 13 from 15. Short looks to play it off the back foot, misses out on the attempted cut. Not able to make contact there, but that's a good response. You can certainly make the argument that the previous delivery was just a touch too full and it was taken advantage of, driven down the ground. Good job by Amir Shahzad to change his length and pulling it back just a touch. Captain not being able to get on top of that one. Advancing down the wicket, struck in the air and taken at mid-off. That is the captain, as we spoke about. That is Mohamed Farouk with a pretty simple catch. It was not struck very firmly, and it was in the air. I think Captain Shane Rhino wanting to get on with things. He was striking it at around 50%, 12 from 24, wanted to accelerate, but only succeeding in striking that one directly to his opposite number, Mohamed Farouk, who had to only move a couple of steps to his left and take a pretty simple catch at chest height. And so that is the end of the innings for Shane Rhino, caught by his opposite number, Mohamed Farouk, off the bowling of Amir Shahzad. First wicket goes down. The score is 26 for 1. So 26 for 1. Partnership that looked for a while to have been building in confidence, and probably slightly against the run of play because both batters were looking very settled, or looking in trying over the top on the offside. He only succeeded in finding mid-off wicket to fall on the day. And now the new batter is at the non-striker's end because that is the end of the over. So I think we also have the first bowling change of the day. This looks to be... Is it the captain himself who is taking the... No, not the captain. So that is going to be... We'll get exactly who that new bowler here is shortly, but certainly the first bowling change of the day. Oh, Saqib Ahmed. So Saqib Ahmed taking the ball from the forest end. And just based on the first couple of warm-up, sort of going through his motion, I'm thinking that he is a spinner, a leg spinner if I'm not mistaken. We're still in power play, so you're going to have to be a little bit careful. Long off, and there's a deep mid-wicket. Yep, leg spin, and it struck in the air, just staying in the air just for a little bit, but goes to cover for no run. So bowler again is Saqib Hamid, leg spinner, and he's bowling to that side of the power play. Two fielders in the deep. There is a long off. There's a deep mid wicket, and again in the first power You're allowed up to 3 fielders outside, so still a relatively aggressive field being set here by the captain, Mohammad Farouk. And in fact, as I say that, there is a fielder running back and going out, sweeping on the boundary on the offside. So there are now 3 outside the circle. So expect an offside or outside off line. That's exactly what you've gotten with the first 3 deliveries here by Saqib Ahmed. That's good bowling by him, bowling to his field, keeping that ball on the outside of off. You don't have very many options inside the power play other than to keep that ball out there, because you're limited with the number of fielders that you can have outside the circle. So he's doing a good job so far bowling to his field. That's 4 dot balls on the trot. And certainly doing well to keep things in check. You're always taking a bit of a chance when you go with a spinner inside the power play. But Saqib Ahmed is doing well so far. Saqib Hamid, appeal for a leg before. I'm thinking that one was just a little high from where we are. That looks like it would have bounced over the top of the stumps. But 5 dot balls on the trot. So brilliant start to his day so far by Saqib Hamid. Keeping Amit Sood quiet so far. And this is struck right back to the bowler himself. And what do you know? The first over bowled by Saqib Hamid results in a maiden. So brilliant start by him. No runs on the board against his name so far. And the score remains 26 for 1. So 26 for 1 is the score. So the new batter is Jamagan Singh. Jamagan Singh just defending this one into the mid-wicket area for no runs. So bowling really well so far. He has bowled his 4 overs, have only cost 12 runs, and he's taken a wicket. So that left arm over the wicket angle so far is working very well for him. Jamagan Singh, the new batter in the white helmet. Oh, looking to go big, and I think that's an inside edge onto the pad. Bowling a fuller length is Amir Shahzad, and wanting to ask the batters to come forward to hit over the top. He's attempted to induce that a couple of times. You don't mind that as a bowler, because in the longer format of the game, you have time to sort of toss the bait out there and ask the batters to go for it. And even if you give up a boundary every once in a while, bowling that fuller length is always a good idea, because again, you see him looking to get that big drive going. You're always in danger of getting the outside edge, particularly when it's at the beginning of your innings when you're not exactly settled yet. And so I think Amir Shahzad doing the good thing here, bowling a fuller length and asking the new batter to come forward. The oldest rule in cricket sometimes is make the new batter play, and when you make him play, that's when before he's gotten settled, that's usually the best time to be able to get a wicket. Again, a big drive outside off. If I am Mohammad Farouk, I would get a second slip in there. There's one slip and there's a gully. I would not mind seeing a second slip in that position, because a couple of big drives, both have missed. I think there's always the chance before Jamagan Singh gets settled that you could potentially find the outside edge of his bat. Another delivery. This one is too straight, and it's just flicked down to deep fine leg. And Jamagan Singh is off the mark. But Amir Shahzad bowling really well. Once again, that angle, left arm over the wicket, slanting across the two right-handed batters. That angle, I think, works very well for him. And as long as he can keep that line on off stump or maybe on a fourth stump line, I think he will be better for it. When he gets too straight like he did the last ball, then you can get picked off for runs. There is that line again, outside off, driven into the covers for no run. So just one delivery remaining here in the 9th over. This is Amir Shahzad's 8th, make that 5th over. So far 1 for 13. And in fact, that is the end of the over. I may have missed the ball there. So that is the end of 9. At the end of 9, the East Central Zone is 27 for 1. And his day with the ball continues going well. 7 deliveries in a row now to start for him, and not yet conceded a run. Bowling to Jamagan Singh. Jamagan Singh 1 from 6. Make that 8 on the trot. Jamagan Singh's partner at the other end, Amit Sood, 13 from 22. Started out very aggressively, but has been reined in the last couple of overs. Overall score of 27 for 1 means that they're going now, in fact, with those 2 dot balls at the rate of 2.84. So that scoring rate of 2.84 projects to an overall score of 128. I think they'll be looking to go much higher than that. Oh, that one bites and turns. That will keep Slip interested. That is Jignesh Desai, the former USA middle order batter, standing at slip. A very deep slip, has to be said, so he's probably expecting a slash. Oh, this is hammered in the air, deep, square leg running around to his left, not going, in fact, he does get there, just in front of the boundary, and pulls that one back. So looking to break the shackles, and he finds not quite the middle of the bat. I think the intent there was more what was comment worthy than the effectiveness of the shot. The intent was there, and he certainly opened his shoulders looking to go big. Had that been a clean strike, he may have been able to take it over the boundary. This one goes by, past the outside edge, no runs. So only 2 runs coming from that over. Saqib Hamid, 2 overs so far, have only conceded 1 scoring shot and 2 total runs. So he's doing well. Again, spinner bowling in the power play is never an easy thing, but he's able to pull things back. There was a little bit of momentum being built by the opening batters, Amit Sood and the captain himself, Shane Reiner. But the bowling change and also good bowling from Amir Shahzad has resulted in the screws being tightened just a little bit. So the end of 9, make that the end of 10. So 10 overs up, and the score is 29 for 1. And now the captain himself, Mohamed Farouk, is taking the ball, and he will be bowling. So it looks like a double spin attack. Mohamed Farouk is an off spinner, And so it's not surprising that there is a strong onside presence. All fielders in the deep are on the onside. This is Guru Krish down here at long on. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. So those are your three outside the circle. Still have another 4 overs and 5 balls before you are allowed one more outside the circle. Farouk off the back foot. Now he's going to have to keep this line relatively straight because no protection in the deep on the offside. So any room outside off, you're probably looking at boundaries through that offside. Oh, elegant looking little late cut. Not going to go for very many runs. In fact, only trickles to short third for a single. I mentioned much earlier Guru Krish down here at long on. When I played in the Austin area, Guru Krish was my captain. And even back then, he and I opened the bowling. Guru Krish has reinvented himself these days as an opening batter. So I was actually pretty surprised to find that out. Always a hard-hitting all-rounder, but he has left the pace bowling in the past and is now reinventing himself as a spinner. Not spinner, my apologies, as an opening batter. Tossed up delivery by Mohamed Farouk. This one holding its line and going past the outside edge. It's a good piece of bowling, and now he's asking his slip to come a little finer because he sees an opportunity there. This should be the last ball coming up now of his first over, Mohamed Farouk. And this one bouncing just a little bit, defended by Jamagan Singh. And that is the end of a good over. So good bowling from both ends. 2 overs, make that 3 overs, and 3 runs have scored. So the spinners are doing the job for the South Zone. That is the end of 11. Scores 30-1. So a little bit of a water break here. I think we'll have an official water break at the 15 over mark at the end of the first power play. So just with the little bit of time that we have here as the batters take a little bit of a water break, we can mention that the Masters over 60 has a national tournament to be played in, let's say, 3 weekends from right now. June 20th through the 22nd, Woodley Park in LA will be the location for that Masters over 60 national tournament. And in the meantime, speaking of the Masters, and I mentioned there are over 60s, over 50s, and over 40s. The over 50s team is scheduled to go to England to play in a 4-nation tournament July 2nd through July 11th. That 4-nation tournament is the USA, England, India, and Wales. And we'll talk a little bit more about it soon because Saqib Hamid is about to continue, about to bowl his 3rd over. Bowling to Amit Sood, full toss, driven down the ground. Diving attempt by mid-on, not able to stop that. That's going to run close to the boundary and in fact cross the rope now. So that is the first boundary conceded by Saqib Hamid. Very full. In fact, that might have been just a low full toss. And Amit Sood, careful not to overhit that ball. Just reaching forward and punching it down the ground. Good piece of batting. And he gets 4 from maybe the first ordinary delivery bowled by Saqib Hamid. Once again, still inside the first power play. So 3 fielders in the deep. Tossed up, goes in the air, squeezing. Couple runs. No, in fact, they only get 1. Just for a second, you thought there might have been time for them to get back to the other end. That is Samir Goyal down there at the boundary on the offside, sweeping and only preventing them from scoring more than just that one run. Mitsud now up to 18 from 26. This one a little bit flatter, pushed through a little bit more that time by Saqib Hamid and defended by Jamagan Singh. A slightly more aggressive feel now as that sweeper on the offside has come into to the ring. So only two outside. Ooh, appeal for a catch. Boy, big drive and a miss there. The leg spinner having that ball go past the outside edge. Jamagan Singh looking for a big drive and not able to make contact. A very confident appeal, has to be said, by the keeper and by the bowler, but umpire disagreeing with both of them. Tossed up. This time he does connect, going big over the offside, and it goes away for, I believe, the first six. Yep, makes it over the rope. That's the first six of the match. Tossed up delivery. I think the sin there was that there was too much width, allowing Jamagan Singh to free his arms and go big over the offside. That's really a good looking shot over extra cover. Definitely gave him the room to open those shoulders, and once you do that, even with two fielders, in fact only one fielder deep, sort of wideish long off, but that was going to be well to his left and not able to prevent that one from going away for six. So that's a good piece of batting, and Saqib Hamid needs to bowl a straighter line. That's a better line. Just clipped around the corner. A dot ball to finish things here in the 12th. So 11 runs coming from that over. More expensive over, or the most expensive over of the day so far, actually. And Saqib Hamid, after bowling two very economical overs, his third over goes for 11 runs. So that is the end of the 12th over. After 12, the score is 41 for 1. Mohamed Farouk to continue. Still bowling that tight middle and leg line as an off spinner, turning the ball into the right-handed batters. It's not surprising that you have a very strong leg side field. Tossed up, and it's driven to mid-off for no run. So once again, inside the power play, and the two fielders in the deep, make that three fielders in the deep, are down here at long on, at deep mid-wicket, and at square leg. So at the risk of repeating myself, you expect that line is going to be very straight. It's going to be either on the stumps or at the worst on off stump, because anything outside off is going to go and potentially pierce that offside field, and no one in the deep covering. And that's the line that's being bowled so far, very successfully, has to be said, by the captain himself, Mohamed Farouk. And this is swept. A little bit of work by the umpire to get out of the way of that ball. Square leg umpire. That goes for a single. So 2 balls remaining here in the 13th over. Once again, after 15 is when we will have, I think, a short drinks break, and then the end of the power play. Good delivery, dragging the batter forward. Jamagan Singh equal to the task, defending for no run. So 1.5 overs so far by Mohamed Farouk, and only make that 2 runs conceded. Quicker delivery, And that is, I think, the end of the over. Yep, end of the over. Good, solid over. Just 1 run conceded. So 2 runs conceded by Mohamed Farouk in his 2 overs. Saqib Hamid had been bowling very well before the last over where he got taken for 11. But still, the score is manageable, at least for the South, 42 for 1. Two for 1, and Saqib Hamid to continue his 4th over. First 2 overs went for 1 run. Then his last over went for 11. So he has just a little bit of work to do to clean up from that last over. And Amit Sood, who's been there, opened the batting. He's now 20 from 31. Tossed up and played back to the bowler himself for no run. So speaking again of the over 60s, in addition to playing at the national tournament in Woodley Park in LA from June 20th to 22nd, great delivery, appeal for stumping and not given. That's a good piece of keeping by Saeed Shafiq Ali. Quick behind the stumps, that ball fizzing past the outside edge, and immediately pouncing on that one was the keeper, Saeed Shafiq Ali, but not able to complete the. In fact, he did complete the stumping attempt, but Amit Sood had his back foot still grounded behind the crease. Short of length and played into the offside. That should stop the fielder, and it results in a boundary. That is Guru Krish. At backward point, started going to his right. Somehow the ball eluded him to his left. And instead of just a single, that one goes for 4 runs. So he will not like to see that against his name, Guru Krish. And as somebody, as I said, who was my captain when I played, he's very proud of his abilities on the cricket field, whether bowling, batting, or fielding. So he would have wanted to stop that one. Next delivery, short. Oh, it is pulled into the deep. You would think he could have gotten more out of that opportunity than he ended up getting. He picked out that one fielder, the only fielder anywhere in the deep on the onside, and 5 yards to either side of him, and that would have been 4, but he only gets a single. Tossed up again, better delivery. This time just played to extra cover for no run. 1 ball remaining here in the 14th over. Started saying about the over 60s. I'll finish that thought after this over. Here's the last ball. Short and played through the offside again. And that's Samir Goel. No, in fact, that is Asif Ali Zubair, making a few yards to his left and keeping the damage there to just 2 runs. So that is the end of 14. At the end of 14, the score is 49 for 1. So back to the over 16, over the 60s. The over 60s, in addition to playing at Woodley Park in LA from June 20th to 22nd, the national team for the over 60s is going to go to Canada to play in a 4-nation tournament, this time against England, Australia, and Canada. So 4-team tournament in Canada, August 20th through the 25th. And then again in February of 24, still talking about the over 60s, the national team is touring India for an over 60s World Cup in February of next year. So a lot of cricket on the horizon for these gentlemen over 60s. We'll get back to the rest of what's coming down the pike for these second innings players, if you will. In the meantime, we have a bowling change. This is going to be Irfan Rabbani bowling from the highway end, replacing Mohamed Farouk, another leg spinner. This is driven down to long off for a single. Irfan Rabbani bowling for the first time. Leg spin so far has seemed to do the trick. The captain, Mohamed Farouk, taking himself out of the attack after just 2 deliveries, after 2 overs rather. Oh, that one staying low and almost sneaking through. That was a very interesting passage of play. The bowler himself having his hand on top of his head. He almost thought that he got his man there. That could have either been bowled or LBW. But equal to the task was Jamagan Singh. His next delivery slowly tossed up again, going past the outside edge. The leg spinner is looking like he's finding some purchase. We saw from the other end Saqib Ahmed find a couple of times where he got the ball to go past the outside edge, and now interestingly they're bringing Guru Krish inside the circle to tempt the batter to hit across the spin. I think that's a good move. Put that carrot out there. Oh, this one is too straight though. It's knocked into the deep, and it's picked up down there by Asif Ali Zubair. And the single, by the way, 50 is up. Just noticed that marker came up with the first ball of this, the 15th over. Two deliveries remaining, and now they're moving. Bit of a change. Guru Krishna falling back onto the boundary at long on, and the sweeper on the offside is now inside the circle. So I'm expecting a fuller length and maybe slightly straighter line. Very full and driven down to mid off. Make that long off. And just 1 ball remaining here in the 15th, so 1 ball remaining inside the first power play. I'm suspecting that we will have a short break after this next delivery. 52 for 1 is the score. Oh, look at that bounce. Tremendous bounce. Good delivery to end things here in the 15th. And that is the end of the first power play. The umpire takes the ball in hand, which to me means that they will take a short break. We will do the same here in the commentary area. By the way, I don't know that I ever introduced myself. This is Brian Walters. And we will be taking a quick break for the players to refresh themselves. So probably about 5 or so minutes. Catch you on the other side. Be right back. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the matchup here between the East Central Zone and the South Zone in the Masters Cricket USA Over 40 Zonal Championship. Quick summary: the East Central Zone winning the toss and deciding to bat on a pitch that is expected to turn later in the day. And in fact, that was the consensus before the game started. But it appears that they already turned on offer. So in the last several overs, you've seen a very spin-heavy attack by the captain, Mohamed Farouk. And now we see another spinner being brought into the attack. I mentioned him earlier, Jignesh Desai, the former USA middle order batter, left-handed batter, but he's a right arm spinning off spinner. We're into the second power play, so from this over to the 30th over, you can have as many as 4 outside the circle. And there are exactly 4 outside the circle. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, there's a long on, there's a long off, and there's a sweeper on the offside. So more than enough protection in the deep. Jignesh Desai just looking to keep things quiet. This is driven down the ground, 2 long on, should just be a single. And the batters are Jamagan Singh, who is 12 from 27, and Amit Sood opening the batting, 27 from 37. Next delivery going by outside the line of off. And that is not, it doesn't concede a run. A watchful start. Amit Sood wanting to get things going. Ooh, looking to go big here was Jamagan Singh. I don't think that went exactly where he was aiming for it. I think he was looking more towards that gap, that deep gap between long on and deep mid-wicket. But that thick inside edge took it just behind square on the leg side. Either way, just a single. Tossed up on the back foot is Amit Sood and defending it to Sameer Goyal at backward point. So again, a very spin-heavy attack in the last several. In fact, the last 4 bowlers have all been spinners. Tossed up, driven again down the ground for a single. And just 3 runs coming so far from this, his first over for Jignesh Desai. Jignesh Desai makes his living in the Dallas, Texas area. Very tossed up delivery, appeal for leg before and not given. I think this is bouncing over the top of the stumps. There have been a couple of appeals for leg before wicket, but with some uneven bounce on offer, and sometimes that bounce takes the ball over or at least the trajectory would have taken it over the stumps. So I think correctly not given on that occasion by the umpire. So that's the end of the over. Good over by Jignesh Desai to start. Just 3 runs coming from it. At the end of 16, the score is 55 for 1. Irfan Rabbani to continue. He, along with the other bowlers, will prefer bowling under these conditions in the second power play when you have more options to be able to limit the scoring. So again, 4 outside the circle, 1 on either side in the deep hole. Interesting, he releases this one from very far back behind the stumps. don't see that very often. It's an interesting change. Just only conceding one run, but he released that one almost in line with the stumps as opposed to going up to the popping crease. Of course, you're able to, it's a legal delivery as long as you don't overstep that popping crease. Most bowlers will at least step on the popping crease. That one he released from about a foot, a couple of feet behind, almost directly in line with the stumps. It's an interesting change. Anyway, it follows that up with a dot ball. And I think just wanting to make sure that things stay quiet for the most part. And this is in the air, and oh my goodness, over the top of that fielder in the deep at mid-wicket. And it goes for 6. Just for a split second, he may have had a chance to catch that. And he desperately tried to do one of those acrobatic catches that you'll usually see, but not able to pull it off. That is Asif Ali Zubair down there, who almost pulled off a spectacular catch, but it does go for 6. Short and slapped down the ground. This is going to test the fielder in the deep. That is Guru Krish. And coming across and preventing that one from going for a boundary. That's a good piece of fielding. Sprinting a few yards to his right, Guru Krish, and pulling that one back. But runs now starting to come at a slightly faster clip. And just one ball remaining here in the 17th over. And he closes out that over with a dot ball. So relatively expensive. 9 runs coming from the over so far, and that is the end of 17. After 17, the score is 64 for 1. Jignesh Desai continuing. His first ball is knocked into the deep for a single. Bowling a relatively straight line, Jignesh Desai, and a relatively full length, and asking the batters to play down the ground. And this is off the outside edge. This is going to be a couple, I think. And no, in fact, they're just jogging that first one. I suspect that had this been 10 or so years ago, those batters easily would have taken 2 runs. But once again, even though in all of the Masters, of all the Masters groups, this is the youngest of the group, the over 40s, I'm suspecting that over 30s or over 20s would have had easily 2 runs there, but over 40s are just happy with just taking that single. Just a bit of a delay as some changes are being made in the field. A deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on and long off are your fielders in the deep. So once again, you're expecting Jignesh Desai to bowl a relatively straight line. Nothing outside off, because that presents scoring opportunities. And now looking to sweep. This is going to be at least a couple runs. Long run for the deep backward square leg fielder. Throw coming back in towards the keeper's end, and that's an easy 2 runs. And in fact, now just a bit of a huddle. Jignesh Desai having a quick chat with his captain, Mohamed Farouk. Both of those young men, of course, both live in the Dallas area. And now looking at the change, I think they're going to keep short, fine leg inside the circle. And so additional protection in the leg side. which tells me that Jignesh Desai is going to continue bowling that straighter line. Now, deep backward square leg. A couple of different moves here, because I don't know that they know exactly what the plan is. And now they've moved short fine leg finer and deep square leg square. Well, next delivery off the back foot and defended in front, right back to the bowler for no run. So more defensive field now. The slip is out. 3 fielders are in the circle on the offside, all on the edge of the circle. And everybody else in the deep on the onside. This is Guru Krish coming off the boundary, preventing that one from going. In fact, that's not Guru Krish. That's a fielder coming off of the ropes at long on. Either way, only limiting the damage to 1 run. So a lot of activity in this over so far. 1 ball to come, 5 runs. And this is slapped down to that man at deep square leg. Couple of bounces, pretty straightforward, just a single. So with all that shifting around in the field, still only 6 runs conceded from that over. That's the end of the second over, bowled by Jignesh Desai. At the end of 18, the score is 70-1. Irfan Rabbani about to start his 3rd over. Bowling to Jamagan Singh. Jamagan Singh striking it at exactly 50. He's 17 from 34. Non-striker Amit Sood, 40 from 48. Good delivery by Rabbani to start. Just defended in front of the stumps for no run by Amit Sood. Make that by Jamagan Singh, my apologies. Next delivery, short and very wide, signaled wide. It's umpire Naveed Siddiqui raising the arms for about the 3rd time today by my unofficial, in fact, the 2nd time. By my unofficial records, that's the 2nd wide bowled for the day so far. Lets this one go by outside off stump. Better delivery, just wanting to make sure that he keeps that line right. I don't mind him bowling outside off. He's a leg spinner, turning the ball away, and there's protection in the deep on the offside. In fact, stroked into the cover as makes a meal of it, the fielder at cover, but does enough to keep it from getting away from him. So that off stump line or outside off is okay because you have a sweeper in the deep on the offside, and then you have a long off, so you don't mind that line being out there. Now forcing it off the back foot. There's a fielder at deep mid wicket for a single. Once again, this is the Masters Cricket USA over 40 Zonal Championship. The East Central Zone having won the toss and choosing to bat, are 72-1. We are halfway through. In fact, 2 balls remaining in the 19th over. We're going to be playing 45 overs today. So after this, there's another 157 balls to go. This is hit down the ground. Guru Krish coming across from long on. And a quick throw back in. Not cleanly picked up by the bowler, but only 1 run conceded there. And that is the 1 ball remaining here in the 19th. So another 157 balls remaining. 26 overs and 1 ball after this next. After this next delivery, there'll be 1 more ball, or 26 more overs. My apologies. Irfan Rabbani bowling relatively well so far. A couple of loose deliveries, but one ball remaining in his third over. Only conceded 15 runs. The overall run rate 3.88. Oh, looking to cut this away. A bit of extra bounce. And it goes as a dot ball. So that's the last ball here in the 19th over. 3 runs coming from it. 24 runs coming from the last 5. The overall run rate is 3.84. At the end of 19, the score is 7-3 for 1. Seven to 3 for 1. Captain Mohamed Farouk brings himself into the attack. This time from the forest end. He bowled 2 overs earlier from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. He's now bowling from the forest end, and he's bowling with a little bit more protection. Still keeping a very tight on or leg stump line or middle and leg line, because you still have everyone in the deep, with the exception of one, is on the onside. So there's a long off. He's the only fielder in the deep on the offside. Everyone else from long on, mid-wicket, square leg, and backward square leg are all in the deep on the leg side. And this goes to square leg. Okay, my apologies. I thought that there was an additional fielder at square leg, but in fact he is a teammate who is not playing, who is walking around. And that's why when you play higher level matches, anyone who is in the playing 11, who is not in the playing 11, but on the side that is in the playing 11, wears those neon bibs to avoid confusion like that. This is hit in the air for a little bit, but picked up at backward point for a single. In fact, for no run. Farouk again, slow through the air, in the air, my goodness, stayed in the air for a while, much longer than the batter would have liked, but luckily for him, Amitsud, that did not go to hand. Just for a split second, I thought that backward point might have been in with a chance to get to that, but luckily for him, Jamagan Singh rather, that was not the case. Now he looks to play a late cut and comes off just on the under edge and trickles back to the bowler. Almost snuck through the bowler and the keeper, both with their hands on top of their head. But he survives to fight another day. That is interesting. 1 run coming from that over. Good over by the captain returning into the attack. At the end of 20. Another 25 overs to go. The score is 7-4 for 1. Another good friend jumps into the chat. Good to hear from you, Parak. Parak Ananta, of course, captain of the team, the over 50s team that went to Barbados last November, and I was very happy to have been asked to make the trip, not necessarily to play. In fact, he wouldn't want me playing these days, Parak, I'm sorry, but it was a pleasure to have made that trip, to have the opportunity to commentate and to see the team win every game that was played last year in Barbados. That was fantastic. And good to have you on the broadcast. In the meantime, this is Irfan Rabbani starting his 4th over. Tossed up, full toss. In fact, just a split second, I thought that might have been in danger of being a full toss above waist height, which would have made it a no ball, but luckily for him, it was not adjudged as such by the umpires. So he may have just gotten away with one there, and plus it went for dot ball, so gotten away with it in a couple of different ways, and this now finds the outside edge, running down the hill, will get close to the boundary, they'll come back for the second, and they'll get there without much fuss. So just in terms of thinking where we may end up as far as a projected score is concerned, we are 3 deliveries into the 21st over. The current score situation is, but he's looking to bowl again, keeping that line again outside the line of off. So as I was saying, if you score at this rate, 3.79 will get you to 3.76 rather will get you to a score of 169. Scoring rate of 4 from here gets you to 175. If you up the ante to 5 and over, that gets you to exactly 200. Oh, looking big and thick inside edge takes it to short backward, in fact short fine leg, and they'll get a single. Just 1 ball remaining now. And I'll go through a couple more of those options here in just a second. Let's get through the end of the over and then we'll get through some projections. So 1 ball remaining. Amit Sood up to 44 from 54. And plays this off the back foot. They should just get 1. And in fact, the sweeper coming off the boundary in the covers does exactly that. Keeps them to 1 run. So a single to close things out in the 21st over. After 21, the score is 79 for 1. So going back through the projected scores, we are now at the end of 21 and the score is 79. That equals to a scoring rate of 3.76. 3.76 runs and over. That projects to about a scoring or a total score of 169. If you score 4 runs and over from here, you get to 175. 5 runs and over gets you to 199. 6 runs and over gets you to 223. I suspect they'll be really happy with 223 because it will be more difficult to bat later on as Mohamed Farouk is back into the attack. Scoring has not proven to be very fluid. So there have been a couple of spurts where they've scored in bunches, but the bowlers have always been able to pull things back, and the spinners generally have done very well. This is short and pulled. Ooh, that burst through the hands of Samir Goyal, that backward square leg. Not a catch. It bounced before it got to him, but he will have wanted to have stopped that. So anyway, I think a scoring rate that's somewhere around 5, somewhere between 4 and 5 will get them to just under 200. I think 200 may yet be a winning score because I think it will be harder to bat later on in the day. And this is slapped in the air. This is going to be trouble. A diving attempt. That is a good piece of work down there in the deep by square leg. He saves 2 runs for his side. Look at that strong throw too. Coming right back to the keeper's end. That is good work. Absolutely brilliant work. He's a little bit too far away for me to make him out, but that was a really good job sprinting some 20 or so yards to his right and diving full length to stop that one from going for a boundary. Oh, slower through the air this time by Mohamed Farouk. And not able to make contact was Amit Sood. Slowly tossed up again. This is Guru Krish at short extra cover, making sure that the ball does not get through. Really good work so far. You like to see the bowling side being supported by the fielders. And there is an appeal for LBW, and it's given. Amit Sood looking to play, make that Jamagan Singh, looking to play that one toward mid-wicket again, and playing completely across the line, wrapped on the pad right in front. Umpire having no difficulty raising that finger. Honestly, I think Amit Sood has nobody to blame but himself. He was looking to play across the line, just really looking to play that one, not mid-wicket, really looking to play it to square leg. Going completely across the line and wrapped on the pad. From where I am now, I don't have a direct line to the. I'm looking sort of from a deep third angle, so I don't have a good perspective on the line. But lengthwise, it hit him very low on the pads, and so I don't think that there's any doubt that if the line was straight enough, that would have hit the stumps. And I think the umpire went up immediately, didn't really think about it very long, so it might have been a pretty straightforward decision. So the second wicket goes down, and that is Amit Sood, who is still at the wicket. Jamagan Singh is the batter who is out, looking to play across the line and being a judge at LBW. So the second wicket goes down with one ball. In fact, that's the last ball of the 22nd over, and the score is 82 for 2. So back to live action here. The new batter is Suhail. Suhail is a left-handed batter, and he replaces Jamagan Singh. In the meantime, Irfan Rabbani continues and starts his fourth over with 2 dot balls to Amit Sood, who opened the batting, still there, 45 from 58 balls faced. Being very watchful here at the start of the 24th over. Make that the 23rd over. Pulled in the deep, just a single though. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket, and so This will be for the first time Sohail. And Sohail is going to be on strike for the first time. A left-handed hitter, so if there is any turn, and you see that there has been some turn so far, the spinners have found turn. In particular, the leg spinners have found turn. But Sohail will want the ball turning into him as opposed to away from him. And really interesting that you see the fielder who was in the deep at mid-wicket coming into the circle. So you're asking the left-hander to hit the ball over that fielder inside the circle, and when the ball is turning into him, which would make it an easier hit. So very aggressive captaincy here from Mohamed Farouk, and he's going to be bowling around the wicket, slanting the ball into Sohail. So all signs point to him hitting big down the ground or in that gap between long on and mid-wicket. He's actually asking him to do what for a left-hander is something that you'd actually prefer to have happen. Speaking from experience, I'm somebody who used to play as a left-handed batter, and this is the type of setup that I'd want to see. Now he goes off the back foot and is forcing things. It's going to get close to the boundary. Did it go? Yep, went all the way to the boundary. So you have the field set up for him to hit on the leg side, but then the ball was too far outside off and driven on the ground, and it goes away for 4. So plan not exactly going the way that Captain Mohamed Farouk wanted it to, and now they have a much more conventional field as you have, thank you so much, refreshments being brought here. Bowling around the wicket again, short, and he pulls it into that deep mid-wicket area. Couple of runs. In fact, just 1 run. My goodness, you would think they'd have had enough time to come back for a second, but they chose not to. So just 1 run to close things out in the 23rd. Interesting little bit of byplay there, because the way that the field was set up for the left-hander, you were asking him to hit where he wants to hit. And Mohamed Farouk trying that for a couple of balls, but then switching things back to a more conventional field. So just trying a little bit of maybe a few different tricks there. Mohamed Farouk ends up that over goes for 6 runs. So at the end of 23, the score is 88 for 2. And if I didn't say it before, if you all are watching and feel like doing like my friends Arun Vitala and Parakananta and saying something on the chat that I can use on the air, I'd absolutely love it. It becomes relatively difficult to speak for several hours in a row by yourself. So if you can help me commentate or at minimum give me something to talk about, I would really appreciate that. That's always very helpful. Jake Solem says that that's a fine-looking pitch. Jake, I completely agree. And you'd really think it's a fine-looking pitch if you were a spinner on this wicket, because the spinners so far have been very successful. And here is one of them now, the captain himself. Oh, look at this. It's a late cut that runs to short third. All they'll get is a single, though. The left-hander will, I think, prefer facing the leg spinners than the off spinner Mohamed Farouk. But on this occasion, just able to run that one off the outside edge of the bat, and it runs through for that single. Mohamed Farouk so far bowling really well. 1 for 6 from his 4 overs so far. Really economical. Now starting his 5th. Tossed up and driven to short extra cover. That is vice captain. Nope, that is... It used to be Guru Krish right in that area. It's a different fielder in that position now. Can't exactly see who that is, but good stop for no run. Slow through the air. This is going to be served down the ground. I'll tell you what, it stayed in the air a lot longer than Amit Sood would have wanted it to, but it lands safely for him in no man's land. And they'll just get a single. And now with the left hand, like you see, slip back in position, and short third comes a little straighter. Going off the back foot, plays it right to that man at short third. Quick throw coming back in for no run. Mohamed Farouk, I think, would prefer to be bowling to the left-hander, have that ball leaving him. I think that's exactly why you have a slip fielder in position, and exactly why you have a short third who is also in position. This one just a little straighter and play to mid-wicket for no run. I would agree with Parakananta, who says Farouk is a machine. He's a good cricketer. He does everything well. I would completely agree with you. Slower through the air and knocked to short. Make that short mid-on. Very, very short mid-on. Good bowling, as always, by the captain, by the machine, if you're according to Parak. A dot ball to close things out in the 24th over. Only 3 runs, make that 2 runs coming from the over. And 24 overs in, we're 90 for 2. New bowler going to be coming from the highway end. This appears to be Vinod Periyagaram. Vinod, I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. Taking the ball in hand for the first time today. And he's going to be bowling to Amit Sood. Amit having opened the batting along with his captain Shane Raina. 47 from 61. The non-striker is a left-handed Suhail, 6 from 7. First, just a single. So Vinod is a medium pacer, bowling from about a 7-8 step run up. Spin was extremely successful, pulling things back, a handful of loose deliveries, but apart from that, they've done well for the most part. We'll go through the figures for the individual bowlers here in a minute, but I think you'll see that the spinners have been very, very successful. Vinod now going to be bowling to Suhail Sangoi, left-hander, and Vinod bowling across, slanting that ball across the left-hander. He's bowling over the wicket, so that angle will be taking it across the left-hander. At least he'll be looking to have that angle. That's exactly what he was trying to do. When he finds the outside edge, it runs down the hill. He'll probably get 4 for it. He does get 4, but that's exactly what you want to do as a right-handed batter to a left-hander. Found the outside edge, diving attempt by Saeed Shafiq Ali, not able to stop that ball, but I'll tell you, that's a bit of a moral victory, because you'll take that as a bowler. You want to find that outside edge. Now, you might want to think, if you are Vinod, of putting another man. Short third is in position. I don't know that I wouldn't have a slip there just for a while if he's going to bowl that same line. And he's also defended this time, coming forward by Suhail and smothering that one. So good work. You want that line to be on either off stump or just outside off stump from over the wicket. This is a good angle to be bowling to a left-hander. Now this one just a touch straight, looking for a quick run, not there. And luckily for him, Sohail getting back in time before that throw comes back in from short, fine leg. Words of wisdom from Parakanantha. I'll read that comment here in just a minute. Lofted down the ground, catching opportunity for Guru Krish. Takes it easily. Guru Krish, what I've seen him do for years and years and years in the Austin Cricket League. Simple catch, lofted down the ground, judged it to perfection and taking it about waist height. Very, very simple catch. And so that angle left arm or make that right arm over the wicket to the left-hander works out well. Just a simple catch lofted down the ground by Sohail. An easy catch taken there by Guru Krish. So the third wicket goes down. Sohail holds out in the deep to Guru Krish off the bowling of Vinod Periyagaram. And after, with one ball remaining here in the 25th over, the score is 95 for 3. Spinners. Unless the quick bowlers are quick or move the ball a ton, most batsmen will prefer playing pace. I would agree with that. And I wouldn't limit that to Masters cricket. I would probably say that because of the disproportionate amount of cricket that's played in this country on artificial wickets, when you have a spinner bowling on an artificial wicket, they're not as effective. When you have a spinner bowling on a natural turf wicket like this, that is where I think you test the skills of a lot of these batters. And so despite the fact that after your very astute observation, the pacer comes right along and takes a wicket, I still think your point is valid, as spinners are going to be more important in this format of the game. So immediately off the mark is Niraj Javia, knocking that single down the ground. So successful first over by Vinod Periyagaram. Over goes for 6 runs, but he does take a wicket, which you'll always like to have happen. So the end of 25, the score is 96 for 3. So looking at the figures, the overall scoring rate at 96 for 3 after 25 overs is 3.84. Amir Shahzad bowled well, 1 wicket, his economy rate of 2.6. Madi Van Andurai, 3 overs, none for 14 with an economy rate of 4.67. Saqib Hamid, 4 overs, none for 20, so his economy rate is 5. But at one point, he'd bowled 2 overs for 2 runs, or for 1 run. He had 1 over where he conceded 11 runs. So take that 1 over away, his remaining 3 overs go for 9. Mohamed Farouk, deadly, 5 overs, 1 for 8. Irfan Rabbani, 5 overs, none for 26. And Jignesh Desai, 2 overs, none for 9. So, speaking of Jignesh Desai, he's now back into the attack, and he's that first ball. Oh, lofted in the air to short mid wicket. Diving attempt. I think that's Samir Goel, who's not able to get to it and only conceding 1 run. In fact, the first delivery of Jignesh Desai's over goes for a couple of runs. And then this next delivery concedes 1 run, but very easily could have been a catch. Next ball. Worked around the corner. This is now 49 for Amit Sood. Just making sure here that we are underway. In fact, that single brings up the 100, and this is forced off the back foot. Dot ball. So 100 is on the board with 2 balls remaining here in the 27th. Make that the 26th over. And the new batter on strike is Niraj, and this is off the outside edge, trickling to Guru Krish at backward point for no run. And so the spinners working through very quickly here, as that is the end of the over. So at the end of 26, the score is 100 for 3. Scoring rate 3.85. So scoring rate picking up just a touch. The projected score from here is 173. And by the way, just a bit of housekeeping. You will have me on air for about another 35 minutes. Unfortunately, well, maybe not unfortunately. Fortunately for me, I get to go see my son play in a football match, football meaning soccer. Unfortunately, if you want to hear commentary, that soccer match is about an hour away from where we are right now. So I'll have to take leave of you, leave for probably 3.5 or so hours, because it will take an hour to get there. Then the match itself is about an hour and a half, and then another hour to come back. So we'll be off the air for a bit. And I'll stay with you as long as I can here. Look at that. Played off the back foot. Very elegantly played. And that is going to be his 50. Amit Sood doing well. Playing that one off the back foot. Running it off the face. And going down to deep third. With that stroke, he gets to 51. There you see the raise of the bats. He's batted very well so far. And he certainly has been the mainstay of the batting. Obviously, with the score now on 102, he's the one who has shepherded most of the attack. Mixed aggression with defense. So I'm going down the leg side for the first time. Another wide conceded. But I think he's batted really very well. So far, 51 from 64 balls faced with 4 fours and the 1 6. Make that there's been 2 sixes hit so far. He has 1 6. The other 6 hit by Jamagan Singh. But Amit Sood has been very assured, has not looked in trouble at all. For the most part, has handled the bowling very well, both pace and spin. And he's done that from the very first ball that he's faced. Next delivery, short and pulled away, but there's protection down there at the deep at mid-wicket. That is Asif Ali Zubair, making sure that that damage is just limited to 1 run. Vinod Periagaram now conceded 10 runs from his 1 over and 3 balls. This is now played onto the offside for a single. And should just be 1 ball remaining here. Make that 2 balls remaining in the 27th. Tries that little deflection again, and the good piece of running too. You have not seen very much urgency between the wickets by the batters, but they certainly showed it on that occasion, just trying to run it off the face. I think it went a lot squarer than he was expecting it to. Went straight to that fielder at short third, but they were still able to run through and get a quick single. And so now with one ball remaining, you drop the fielder at long off, back on the boundary, and it is played into the covers for no run. Quick sharp throw to make sure that the batter has no opportunity to take a run there. So that is the end of the 27th over. Good piece of cricket at the end of it. And in fact, only 6 runs coming from that over. So that is the end of 27. At the end of 27, the score is 106 for 3. Jignesh Desai back into the attack. Oh, good piece of cricket. Once again, the running in the last couple of overs has looked a little bit more assured, and there's a little bit more urgency. So this one is just played off the angle, the bat to short third, and good decision by the non-striker to immediately be backing up and coming back for that, or coming on for that run. Oh, good piece of bowling there by Jignesh Desai, going past the outside edge. It's Niraj Javia not able to make contact. He's the one who's responsible for that good piece of running I just mentioned. He's 5 from 8, and this is hit on the ground. Quick throw, whoa, errant throw in fact, and now it gets by the fielder. That quick throw came in from backward point by Guru Krish, and not able to collect it was Syed Shafiq Ali, and it goes through for an additional run. So you're conceding 2 runs there where there should have just been 1. Four deliveries now into the 3rd over being bowled by Jignesh Desai. This is played through the mid-wicket area for a single. The fielder coming off the boundary to limit the damage to just that 1 run. So overall, the scoring rate, again, continuing to pick up just a touch. It's now up to 3.95. And once again, if you're looking for a magic score of around 200, I think that you're sort of heading in that direction if you are the East Central Zone. This is a dot ball to close things out in the 28th. And at the end of 28, the score is 110 for 3. Vinod Periagaram to continue. Jignesh Desai's 4 overs have cost 17 runs. First delivery by Periagaram played to short extra cover for no run. That is a captain himself in that spot, Mohammad Farouk. As a reminder, we're still inside the 2nd power play. This is played off the back foot, quick single, underhanded throw, not a very good one, has to be said. He more rolled that towards the keeper than threw it. They run through for a single. So the second power play, you can have up to 4 fielders outside the circle. Those 4 fielders are at deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and sweeping on the offside at deep cover. And this is played down the ground to long off. Oh, it started for a split second to come back for that second run, but I don't think realistically that one would have ever been there. So after the next 9 deliveries, and that would take us to the end of the 30th over, that will represent the end of the power play. This is going down the leg side. Luckily for the bowler, that one, in fact, not quite luckily for the bowler. I thought the umpire was initially indicating, Naveed Siddiqui, that it went off of the body of the batter, but in fact he now signals wide. So it's going to have to re-bowl that one. Prairie. Here he is again. And played into the covers for no run. So starting with the third power play, which is the first ball of the 31st over, you can have up to 5 fielders outside. Doesn't mean you have to have all 5, but you can elect to have as many as 5 outside as long as 4 are inside the circle. Oh, looking to go big. That's a good. That's going to spin past the fielder, short third, and run down the hill for at least 2. They're coming back for the third, and they'll get there pretty easily. Thick outside edge, looking for the big drive and not able to make contact, but it does run away for 3 runs. I think he was done by the spin that time. The fielder, short third. It was coming directly at him, but it was off the thick outside edge. So when that ball hit the ground and spun, it spun away to his left and running down the hill for 3 runs. So this should be the last ball of the 29th. Off the back foot, and it expertly piercing that gap behind point, and that's going to be 2 more runs. Quick second, looking for a third. In fact, they do come back for the third. This is good running. All of a sudden, I mentioned the urgency between the wickets, and you're seeing it here in droves, because 2 deliveries very easily could have just been 1 or 2 runs each, but they stretch it to 3, or stretch it to 3. So that good running results in 9 runs coming from that over. And at the end of 29, the score is 119 for 3. So the last over of the second power play will be coming up, and it's going to be bowled by Jignesh Desai, who's continuing from the forest end. And further to the point that we were making, by the way, Parak, if you feel like making your way here to Prairie View, you'd be excellent sitting here next to me with commentary, because you essentially are helping me to commentate, which I really appreciate. This is knocked down the ground for a single. So Parak Ananta says, we are at a serious disadvantage when playing international games because of our lack of play on grass wickets. I could not agree with you more. If you're playing a spinner on a turf wicket, an AstroTurf wicket, I mean, the ball either doesn't turn at all, or if it does turn, there is a, I don't know, half a degree turn, 1 degree turn. So when you learn your cricket on those types of wickets, you're pretty much found out at the highest level when you're playing on natural wickets, on turf wickets. And so I think that point is very well made. And Parakananta also pointing out that Amit Sood scored 100 yesterday, which I was not aware of. That's good to know. And this is driven down the ground. Good piece of batting right on cue. In fact, that was Niraj Javia who struck that one right down the ground for a boundary. So piercing the gap between long on and long off. Admittedly, it's not very difficult to pierce that gap because it's a pretty straight drive, and then both long on and long off are very far away from each other. So pretty easy job, in fact, to score those runs down the ground. Now this one is played off the back foot into the covers for another single. So just 2 balls remaining now in the second power play. The score is 125. And if you're looking for a score that's going to be north of 200, you're certainly trending in that direction if you are the East Central Zone. Well defended, reaching all the way forward to defend that one, and that is the end of the power play. 30 overs are done and dusted. Last 15 coming up. As I mentioned, probably another, I don't know, 6 or so overs for me, maybe not even that much, because I have to leave here somewhere around 12:20, 12:30. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick water break here. 125 for 3 is the score after 30. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for what, unfortunately, for a while is going to be about the last 2 overs worth of commentary from yours truly. I mentioned that my commitment is always going to be to do the family thing, and one of the family things I have to do is go see my 16-year-old son play in a football or a soccer match about an hour away from here. So that match starting at 2 o'clock, I'm going to have to leave here sometime in the next hour. The next 2 overs is what I'm trying to say. So I'll probably just give you my thoughts as it relates to how this match will go forward for the next couple of overs. In the meantime, it's going to be Vinod Periagaram to continue from the highway end. Short delivery, very short and very wide, and signaled as wide by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. So starting the third and final power play with a wide. Current score is 126. Good delivery, stroke down the ground for a single. This is Guru Krish who's coming across to make sure that that's all the damage that is done. So with the current score of 127, that equates to a run rate of 4.21. So 4.21 and over the rest of the way gets them to 189. If they up it just a touch to 5 runs and over, then they will get to past the 200 mark. They'll be at 201, and that's a quick single taken to backward point. 6 and over, a run a ball from here gets them to 216. 7 and over gets them to 231. With 7 wickets in hand, I can easily see 7 and over being the target. But bearing in mind how well the spinners did, particularly Mohamed Farouk, and maybe slightly to a lesser extent Jignesh Desai, and Amir Shahzad, the opening left-arm fast bowler, did well. He still has 4 overs to go. So those may have something to say about what happens from this point on, but I think the East Zone is going to be targeting somewhere between 6 and 7 and over from this point on. In the meantime, just a couple of dot balls since the last couple of deliveries that I've been talking. Periagaram has 2 deliveries left in this over. Short, forcing it down to mid-wicket, just a single. And soldiering on. This partnership now worth 34 runs. They came together at the fall of Suhail's wicket. He was caught when the score was 95. And quick takeoff and run. Again, aggressive running between the wickets, and that presents opportunities to get runs. That will always be the case for you young cricketers out there. Put the pressure on the fielding side, and more often than not, you'll be able to find ways to manufacture runs. So just 1 ball remaining here now in the 31st over. Slower through the air and lofted down the ground, catchable, and an easy catch taken at long on. Make that long off. Lofted down the ground, not much commitment in the shot, has to be said, by Niraj Javia. And in fact, you see his reaction. I think he's telling himself he could have been more committed to that shot. Ended up just lofting it down the ground as opposed to actually executing a proper off drive, and ends up holding out in the deep. Pretty simple catch taken, very similar to the catch taken by Guru Krish at long on several overs ago. This one taken at long off. And so the 4th wicket goes down. 134 is the score. Niraj Javia holding out in the deep after a score of 18, I believe. I'll get you his exact score shortly. And in fact, 17 is the score. So he scores 17 off 22, 1-4, and that's the end of the 31st over. Unfortunately for me, it's the end of my spell, so we'll probably go radio silent here for a handful of hours, and I'll be back hopefully in time to close out this match later on in the day. But for now, it's been a pleasure being on the air with you to bring you the descriptions of this match between the East Central Zone and the South Zone. We leave it at the South Zone, having taken a wicket, the East Central Zone batting with another 14 overs to go. They're 130 for 4. Sanjeev is the new batter, joining Amit Sood at the wicket, 63 from 77. Going radio silent for a while, have a good several hours, and hopefully this match will still be going when I return. I'll absolutely be here, or at least on air with you tomorrow for the match from the Musa Cricket Stadium tomorrow for tomorrow's match. But in the meantime, signing off for the moment from signing off from Prairie View. We'll see you soon. Microphone check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. Well, welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the last 10 overs of what's going to be, I think, a really exciting finish to this match. The South Zone chasing 215 for victory, or 181 for make that 180 for 7. The batters are Samir Goel, 13 from 18. Vinod Periagaram, 12 from 18. And the small matter of 33 runs remaining. Boy, missed out on the last several hours. My apologies. I had to step away, as I mentioned earlier. Family business called and I had to take care of that. But I'm back for the business end of this match. And this is going to be a really close finish, guys. I can tell already. Coming down very close to the end. 7 big wickets have fallen. And this is driven through the offside. At least a couple runs on tap here. Good footwork by the fielder at deep extra cover. But 2 more runs on the table. That is Vinod Periagaram driving that one through the offside. And they draw 2 runs closer, the South Zone, to what would be, I think, a really exciting victory. They lost yesterday, and they're wanting to even things up today. Only 3 wickets in hand, though, but all kinds of time to get those runs. And this is driven down to that same extra cover fielder for a single. Boy, a whole lot of activity all of a sudden. Only another 20, in fact, 33 runs remaining, 32 runs remaining. 3 wickets in hand, and you still have a small matter of 9 overs and 1 ball to go. So plenty of balls. This is an outside edge. That does not carry to that fielder at slip. In fact, 9 overs and 2 balls before that last delivery. Now it's 9 overs and 1 ball to go. And things are getting very close here. Short and the extra bounce, and it's played off the back foot to that fielder at deep point. They run through for a single, and that is the end of the over. So 185 for 7. I think we're looking for a really, really close match to close out the day. Samir Goel, 14 from 20. Vinod Periagaram, 17 from 22. The South is 185 for 7. So 185 for 7. This is Nishant with the ball in hand, going to be bowling from the highway end. Of course, we're deep into the 3rd power play. 3rd power play, you can have up to 5 fielders outside the circle, as long as you have 4 inside, and there is certainly 4 inside. There's a fielder at short mid-wicket. There's one at short third, backward point, and mid-off. In fact, there are 5 fielders inside the circle, 4 outside. Looking to pull this away, and this is wide down the leg side. Got a bit of a gift that time, did Samir Goel, but not able to put it away. And luckily for the South and unluckily for the East Central Zone, that ball went down the leg side, adjudged wide by the umpire. Next delivery, playing off the back foot into the covers for no run. Every single wide is that much more important because every ball, every run counts at this stage. Looking to work this off the back foot and finds the fielder in the deep mid-wicket. Just a single. But these singles are so important. So now another 28 runs needed. All the small matter of 28 runs and plenty of balls remaining. Looking to sweep this down the leg side. A thick under edge. He'll get 2 if he runs hard. And he does come back. In fact, they're walking the 2nd run. So really important runs here. Samir Goel looking to sweep that one. I think he got that much finer than he was looking to sweep that square, but went behind the square, but nobody there, no fielder, short fine, unable to get another 2 runs. So another 26 runs now required. Floated up there and played off the back foot into the covers. Just another single. Every single run will do it from here. You'll take singles if you are the South Zone. You still have 51 balls remaining and just 21 or 25 runs to get. So you can score 3 runs and over. Certainly if you score a run a ball, you'll be able to get there. And this is a quicker delivery outside off that is left alone by Sumer Goel. 15 from 22. Vinod Periagaram 20 from 24. And with that dot ball, just the last ball now of the over, floated up there and played off the back foot, and they run through. That is good running, expertly done. The South Zone failed in the middle order, had a good start, failed in the middle order, but trying to hold on for dear life here. Only 24 more runs remaining from the last 30, make that last 48 balls, the last 8 overs. And let's just go through the full scorecard. All of this, or much of this happened when I was gone. The South Zone, after chasing 215, East Central Zone scored 214 for 9. The South Zone, Norman Khan, 17 from 13. The captain, 92 from 96 with 13 fours. A brilliant innings by him. Asif Ali Zubair going 2 from 3. Jignesh Desai 21 from 39. But then a stumble after that. Guru Krish 0 from 3. Pradipta Dasgupta 4 from 18. Jiva Chinnasamy 4 from 1 scoring shot. Sumer Goel is still at the wicket, 16 from 24. Vinod Periagaram 20 from 24. This pair has been extremely important in the context of this game, immediately steadying the ship and now only needing to bat for the last maximum of 8 overs, 48 deliveries in which they only need to score 24 runs. Still with 3 wickets in hand, but these two I'm sure would want to do it by themselves. In the meantime, this is Bala with the ball in hand, bowling from the northern end of the field, the forest end. Bala 6 overs, none for 28. Bala Raguraman, apologies. And he'll be bowling a little seam up. Left arm over the wicket, waving outside off, and missing this one is Sumer Goel. But you just have to keep your head if you're the South here. You can do this in singles very easily. You just want to make sure that you don't lose any more wickets. And then if you are the East Central, you just want to bowl good deliveries. Make them work for these remaining 24 runs. Nothing down the leg side, nothing too full, nothing too short. And make them have to put the energy in to score these runs. Played off the back foot, well fielded at backward point. That is the captain himself, Shane Raina. So, once again, a couple of dot balls to start this. The 20, make that the 38th over. Off the back foot and played past that fielder at extra cover. They get a single. And my apologies, scorecard was wrong initially, and they have now corrected it. The bowler is actually Hemant Patel. Hemant Patel, 4.1 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28 so far. Left arm over the wicket. And that single taken means that it is now Vinod who is on strike. Vinod Periagaram. Next delivery, slow, tossed up, almost like an off spinner. And equal to the task is Vinod, not losing his head, not wanting to lose his shape, just playing that one defensively and fielded by Hemant Patel in his follow-through. So just 2 balls remaining now in the 38th over. 23 more runs to get. Once again, if you are the South, this pair has steadied the ship. All you're wanting to do from this point on is just not lose any wickets. Just want to make sure that you keep things in control. And the East Central zone will have something to say about that. Looking for a big drive, and the bottom edge trickles back. I think that might have come off of the bat onto the pad. Don't think it was in danger of threatening the stumps though. So it just ends up being a dot ball. So 1 ball remaining here in the 38th over. Boy, Vinod Periagara might have had his heart in his mouth because that ball bounced maybe about 6 inches or so away from the leg stump. Here's the last ball of the over. Yorker length. Oh, where did that go? Played off the legs. That might have come off the inside edge onto the pad, and they run through for a single. A very important single. Overall by Hemant Patel. Just 2 runs coming from it, but those 2 runs brings the South runs closer to victory. Just another 22 more runs needed at the end of 12. Make that end of 38. The score is 193 for 7. So the bowling card so far for the East Central side. Manu Mehta opening the bowling, 6 overs, 1 for 30. Hemant Patel, 5 overs, just bowled that last over, 2 for 30. Bala Raghuraman, 6 overs, none for 28. Sanjeev Saini, 5 overs, none for 24. Captain Shane Raina, 6 overs, 2 for 27. Niraj Javia, 2 overs, none for 15. Amit Sood, 7 overs, 2 for 32. And Nishant Vijay's 1 over cost him 6 runs. This is going to be Sanjeev Saini bowling from the highway end. This is an outside edge, left arm around the wicket. An outside edge taken, and they go through for a single. Every single run is important from here. And you're going to want to make sure that you bowl dot balls if you are the East Central side. Float it up again. Oh, looking for the big hit. Aiming for this big gap over here at deep mid wicket. No one between in the area between long on and of space out there that he was aiming at, Samir Goel. But there is an element of risk in that shot because that ball is turning away from him, and there's every bit of a chance that he could get a top edge. Floated up. Oh, going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, but it very easily could have been a stumping. You'll take the extra run if you are the South, but Samir Goel almost losing his wicket there because he was overbalanced, falling forward. And luckily for him, managed to keep that foot grounded. Here you see, just looking at the replay on our end here, falling over and almost sustaining a stumping, but luckily for him, keeping that back foot grounded. This next delivery is just defended in front of the stumps for no run. And these runs are coming very, very slowly because you're wanting to make sure that you don't take any chances. Looking to sweep this away, going down to square leg. Not the most convincing of shots, but it does count as a single, and you'll take that if you're Samir Goel and the South Zone. Samir Goel now moving up to 18 from 30. Striking it at the rate of 600 rather. Off the back foot into the covers goes Periagaram. Good fielding, and there's no run. So 1 ball remaining here in the 39th over. And things are getting close because only 19 runs are remaining and only 37 runs are left. Make that 37 balls are left to be bowled. Flatter and played off the back foot into the covers for no run. So that over yields 3 runs. The previous over yielded 2 runs, and the over before that yielded 6 runs. The one before that 5. So I'll tell you what, runs you don't need to score very quickly. You're the South. You're keeping an eye on the total number of overs remaining. Now there's only 5 overs remaining. Make that 6 overs remaining. 36 balls, 19 runs. A relatively straightforward equation. You are the South. You just want to, again, not lose any. 6 for 7. So looking at the bowling resources remaining, of course, in a 45 over match, each bowler is limited to 9 overs. And with only 6 overs remaining, there's all kinds of options for the captain to choose from. The bowler who's bowled the most overs so far is Amit Sood, 7 overs, 2 for 32. But all the other bowlers have a minimum of 3 overs remaining. Manu Mehta has bowled 6, Hemant Patel has bowled 5, Balu Raghuraman has bowled 6, Sanjeev Saini 6, Shane Raina, the captain, 6, Niraj Javia 2. So again, you're limited to 9 overs, so all kinds of options for the captain. I suspect that he's going to be bowling spinners from this point onward. And speaking of the captain himself, he has the ball in hand, left arm around the wicket, tossed up. This is played off the back foot to the sweeper coming in off the boundary on the offside. 2 very valuable singles here to start. And I would imagine there's not much of a crowd, but the supporters and the teammates of the South are cheering every single run. And this is driven into the deep for another single. So 3 balls and 3 singles. And that switches the equation ever so significantly, because now only 16 runs. Ooh, that stayed in the air for a bit. Didn't quite carry to the man at short extra cover. I don't think Samir Goyal wanted it to go that far. In fact, that wasn't Samir Goyal. That was, that was Samir. So, had his heart in his mouth for just a second, but it didn't carry all the way. In fact, that is now Periagaram. I had that wrong. That was Periagaram who had the ball balloon off the bat, not carrying the short extra cover. Now this next delivery is just defended. So 1 ball remaining, 3 runs already from this over from the captain. Left arm around the wicket. Here he is, slowly tossed up. Oh, looking to sweep this around the corner. Looking to be cheeky. Not sure why he needs to do that. Periagaram, all he needs to do is just make sure that he plays with the straight bats, because singles, you can do it in 15 more singles, make that 16 more singles from this stage. Only 16 runs remaining. 199 for 7 is the score after 40. So you're down to the last 5 overs. 5 overs in which you need to score 16 runs. So the small matter of 3.2 runs and over. That's all you need if you're the South to draw even in this tournament, scoring 1, having 1 victory to go alongside the loss from yesterday's match. But this is going to be really important, this Masters Cricket USA Over 40 Zonal Championship here in Prairie View, Texas. This matchup between the East Central Zone and the South Zone. The East Zone batting first and scoring 214. And victory is there for the South if they're able to score another 15 runs, as this is pulled into the deep. No one out there, and it goes away for 4. What an absolutely important shot in the context of this game. This is Sanjeev Saini bowling and dropping this one a little too short, and Samir Goyal pouncing all over it, pulling it away to the boundary, deep mid-wicket. Cannot bowl that length. If you're going to be a spinner, especially an off spinner, finger spinning left-hander bowling to a right-hander, you want that ball pitched up. Anything that drops short is meat and drinks for any of the batters. So now the equation changes significantly. You only need another 12 runs. You're literally 2 strokes away from this game being finished if you are the South. And so you just want to make sure that you keep your wits about you and finish the job. Saini, next delivery, still bowling too short for me. This is off the back foot, played easily to the sweeper and the covers. And that is another single that brings the deficit down to 11. Just another 11 runs. Now Periagaram on strike. And he comes forward, plays this one. That's more the length that Saini should be bowling, because you want to draw those batters forward. You want, especially if there's any turn coming from the left-hander, you want to be threatening the outside edge of the bat. Anything too short gives the right-handed batters time to play you. Very full and driven through the offside, trickling towards the covers, and they get another single. So another single there means that the deficit is now 10, just another 10 runs. And that brings Vinod Mikdad Samir Goyal back on strike. Playing off the back foot again, a single down to long off. For me, that is a curious position for that fielder at long off to be in. He's not inside the circle, but he's probably 25 yards off of the boundary. So he's not saving one, and he's not really saving a boundary either. Next delivery floated up short, and it's played through the offside. That's going to run away for runs. It won't get to the boundary, but they'll get at least 2. They'll get 3 if they run hard. Coming back for the third. Easy runs. The South is eating this alive. That is the end of the over. 10 runs coming from that over, and a lot of pressure has been taken off of the South due to, I think, relatively ordinary bowling from the East, at least in that last over. Just another 6 runs for victory for the South. And I think it's just a matter of keeping their wits about them and doing what ordinarily would come very easily to them. 24 balls and 6 runs. They can literally score a single off of every 4th ball from here, and they will win. But I think they'll want to do it in a more emphatic fashion than that. But this is a really significant partnership, because at the end of this over, with 10 runs having come from it, partnership has brought the South to within 6 runs of victory. So this should be, I believe, Hemant Patel again bowling from the forest end. Left arm over the wicket. Short, going back and an appeal for leg before, not given. That ball staying low. Periagaram taken by surprise. I don't think he was expecting the ball to stay that low. But doesn't matter, because as of this point, as long as you don't lose your wicket, that is the only thing that matters. Just another 6 runs remaining. And the field mostly in. There's a sweeper on the offside, but everyone else is inside the circle, looking to drive through the line and not making full contact. The bowler feeling on his follow-through, there's no run. You can understand why he's looking to drive, because relatively aggressive is Vinod Periagaram. 27 from 38, and with long on and long off having come up to now be inside mid on and mid off, there's certainly runs to be had down the ground if you get the right ball. And I think that's exactly where he was aiming. Left arm over the wicket. This is wrapping him. I thought that wrapped him on the pad, but in fact he defended it to mid-wicket. So 3 dot balls. This is exactly what you want to do if you're the East Central side. Just slow the game down and drag the game as far as you can towards that 45 over mark. And the good way to do that is to bowl dot balls. 3 dot balls already in this over. This is good bowling by Hemant Patel. 5.3 overs so far, 2 for 30 from him. Slower through the air, and they're looking for a good run. That's good piece of running. Underarm flick from square leg. Fielder running in from square leg, but not able to do much about that one. So there is a single that's taken. That brings the deficit now down to 5, and you're still only 1 stroke away from this game being finished. I don't think you're wanting to end with a flourish, so I don't think they'll be looking for a 6 or a 4 to close things out. But what you want to do is to not go into a shell if you're the South. And Samir Goel, 26 from 35, is going to want to make sure that he keeps his wits about him. Don't go into a shell, but also don't be too reckless. Next delivery, short and run up this time, and this is played into the covers for no run. Good looking shot, attractive shot. High front arm on that one, but no run. 1 run from the over. This is a good over so far by Hemant Patel. And the last ball from this over coming up. Here's this next delivery. Just a bit of a delay. And now here's Patel. Slower through the air. Goes big over mid-wicket. Where is this gone? It went for 4. So with that stroke, the scores are level to close out the 42nd over. So the South can breathe a sigh of relief. That was a hit-me delivery. Slow, tossed up, and Samir Goel going down on one knee and hoiking that over mid-wicket. Not the most elegant of cricket shots. Very positive stroke. The South to within 1 run of victory. The scores are now level, and still the matter of 18 runs to go, make that 18 balls to go. The next run wins this game for the South. This is played off the back foot, and that is the end of the game. Good piece of running. It was hit straight down to that fielder at mid-on, but he was not going to be able to cut things off. And in fact, I don't know that they realize that the game is finished. That single should have finished the game. He's getting ready to take strike, but our records say that this game should be finished. That is a wide, and with that wide, that does signal the end of the game. So that is the end of things. A little bit of confusion towards the end. Maybe some of that is due to my having missed the last 4 or so hours. But that is the end of the game. In fact, I see the mistake now. It was my mistake. The target was 216 instead of 215. The first inning score by the East Zone is 215 for 9. And the South Zone, with that wide, closes things out with a victory. So let's just go through the full scorecard. The East Central batting first. Amit Sood following up his century yesterday with 98 not out today. Unlucky for him to not have 2 centuries in 2 games. Shane Reiner, the captain, 12 from 26. Jamogan Singh, 23 from 50. Sohail Sangoy, 10 from 11. Niraj Javia, 17 from 22. Sanjeev Saini, 24 from 27. Nishant Vijay, 17 from 16. Hemant Patel, 1 from 2. Prageeth Hettiarachi was caught and bowled from the first ball he faced for 0. Suresh Kumar Balasubramanian, 4 from 3. And Bala Raghuraman, 2 from 6. With 7 extras, the total was 215. The bowlers for the South, Amir Shahzad, 5 overs, 1 for 13. Madhivanan Durai was expensive but took 3 wickets, 7 overs, 3 for 40. Saqib Hamid, 7 overs, 1 for 34. The captain, Mohammad Farooq, very economical, the most economical barring Amir Shahzad. Mohammad Farooq, 7 overs, 2 for 22. Irfan Rabbani, 5.1 overs, none for 26. And Jignesh Desai, 7 overs, none for 31. Vinod Periagaram, 7 overs, 2 for 49. So 215 meant that the South Zone was chasing 216 in their chase. Noman Khan opened the batting along with his captain, Mohammad Farooq. Noman Khan, 17 from 13. Mohammad Farooq, a big day with the bat, but didn't score his century. 92 from 96. Asif Ali Zubair, 2 from 3. Jignesh Desai, 21 from 39. Guru Krish, 0 from 3. Pradipta Dasgupta, 4 from 18. Jiva Chinnasamy, 4 from 2. Samir Goel and Vinod Periagaram steadying the ship at the back end of the innings to take the South home safely. Samir Goel finishing with 31 from 38 with 4 fours, and Vinod Periagaram 29 from 42 with 1 boundary. The bowlers for the East Central side: Manu Mehta 6 overs 1 for 30, Hemant Patel 6 overs 2 for 35, Balu Raghuraman 6 overs none for 28, Sanjeev Saini 7 overs none for 37, Shane Raina 7 overs 2 for 30, Niraj Javia 2 overs none for 15, Amit Sood 7 overs 2 for 32, and Nishant coming in at the end, conceding the winning run, which was scored via a wide ball. 1.2 overs, none for 8. So that is the end of the game. The South winning comfortably in the end by the small margin of 3 wickets with about 16 or 17 balls to spare. So that concludes things here for us here in the Masters Cricket USA Over 40 Zonal Championship right here at the beautiful Prairie View Cricket Complex. Do join us as this tournament continues. The footage tomorrow will be broadcast from the beautiful Musa Cricket Stadium in Pearland, Texas, about an hour southeast of where we are right now. Right now, this is Brian Walters signing off. Pleased to have been able to bring you some coverage today. Again, apologies for that big gap in coverage in the middle of the day. But in the meantime, we had pleasure being able to describe the events of the day to you. So for right now, signing off, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.